Hello everybody and welcome to another stream. Alright, so we are continuing with our career game, our hard mode career game, which we are doing on Thursday and Friday. Music. And we are doing this on Thursday and Fridays. Our career mode, which we are calling North Korea because it is hard. I am the glorious leader and I require things to be done. So this is what we're going to do. We are going to continue with our career. Now, what we've done is we've already got Valentina killed. We've done some other things. We crashed. The last thing we did yesterday was we crashed a probe into the moon, one of the contracts. And so we're going to see what else we can get going. Alright, so let's see. I should actually rename that save file. Alright, so let's see what we've got. We've got position a satellite in equatorial orbit of Kerbin, an equatorial orbit of the moon, and orbit a probe and bring it safely. So we've pretty much started to get satellite contracts. Right, now so it tells us what we've actually got. We've got those two. Now these are unmanned missions. They're going to give us a fair amount of stuff. So that's good. So that's definitely good. Right, so let's have a look at what we kind of need to do. Alright, so this... Alright, so there's a couple of things we've got to do. Oh, we've got to reposition Sputnik. Okay, so that's not bad. And do the Sputnik reposition as well. That actually should be pretty easy. And the next thing we're going to do is put a satellite up there, which is going to be a little bit tricky. Right, now this is the moon crash probe that completely missed everything. So that's not going to work. But Sputnik positioning. Let's have a look. I'm able to do it over there. Yeah, that will work. So we can actually do that one. That should be a fairly easy one to do. So let's take that contract. And the satellites position Sputnik. So that's going to be like a 10k for a slight adjustment. That should be easy enough to do. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are going to head over to Sputnik and we're going to kind of see if we can position it. Now the problem that we've got with Sputnik is that we've got limited communication. So, ideally we wanted to do maneuver over there. But, down. That up. I kind of want to have it like that. Oh. Alright, so yeah, that's not quite right. Up. And maybe bring it out a bit. Away. That kind of there. Probably needs to go up a bit. Kind of tiny fraction, and down. That looks good. So that's going to take 114 delta V to do that. We've got 682, so we should be able to do that. Of course, the problem that we've got... Oh, not actually right. There we go. That's better. Alright, so that's close enough. Right, now the problem that we've got is we've got no communication. So I'm going to wait till the next kind of rotation to do that. As as we go around, the turbine rotates, and so maybe we will have communication there soon enough. Then we can do this burn at that kind of point to get us into a good position to make that adjustment. There we go. Right, so it's kind of like a 2-second. So I'm going to there, just onto that point, and let's see if it can keep that. About see how close we can get. And that's what we're going to do is just get this guy, and that should give us 10k quite easily. Because at the moment, I mean, we really need cash. That is the #1 priority. So we can upgrade our facilities. At the moment, all our craft are stuck to 30 parts. That's it. We can EVA though, so that's good. Right, so let's have a look at that. It's on that point. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. Maintain for 10 seconds. Done. Okay. Done. Alright, so 10k easy money. There we go. Have a look at that when I get back. That is done. Look at it, all green. Okay, so that's the small one done. So let's go back to the Space Center. Tiny little contract, just adjusting a satellite path. No issue for us. You look here, 10k, just like that. Just had to get our communication right. Alright, so let's look at the next one that we've got. The next one that we've got is to bring a satellite up to the equatorial orbit. So that is kind of our next move. That's going to give us like 51k. So it's a biggie, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Right, so let's create our satellite. Now the thing about this satellite is we've got to be a little bit careful with it because no communication at the moment. So it's yeah, it's no communication at the moment, so it's going to kind of be an... Right, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to name this unmanned. We are going to name this ComSat. The glorious ComSat. Okay, and on this, we are definitely going to have... Right, so let's have a look. What are we going to have with our ComSat? We're going to have that so that it can get up there. That's important. It's going to need some battery. Let's see. We'll probably put the batteries up here. We are going to need some fuel. Actually, no, I'm thinking of. Just, going big with the fuel. And the reason I'm thinking of that was to move it around if we need to. Oh, that's lots and lots of fuel. Now, also the other reason I'm thinking about this is if I take this, the high expense of these, 600. Now what if I take 4 of these? It's not a huge amount, but it's going to give us kind of as much power as we possibly can. Then we are going to take kind of battery. Oh, maybe these. And I'm going to throw these over there. Right, so that's kind of going to give us power. It's got the batteries there. I think what I'm going to do is maybe have 2 batteries extra. Lots of power. So that is our kind of our concept. So not pretty, but it will work. It'll work. So now we've got to get this into orbit. Now the way we do the orbit with our satellites, in fact, you know what I'm going to do? To kind of play it safe, I'm actually going to include, oops, should be fairly balanced. Alright, so now just to get ourselves into orbit, what we're going to have to do is, of course, throw this guy up. Now, well, that's a lot of power that we've got over there. That is a hell of a lot of power that this little craft has got. But it's... we're going to look at it sort of at a later stage as well as something else. We might actually do a few of these. Or do something like this. So look at that. That is 2,300. What if I kind of throw this out there? What if I throw this out and kind of give it cheaper? That's 2.4. I kind of bring those down to 1.7. I'll bring it down to 1.6. That will be about 3,000. Alright, that should be enough. That should be enough to kind of get us up and get us on the path. And then what we're going to do, just to see if we can save some stuff. I've got some nice, starting to get some nice pieces. Let's kind of do 2 parachutes there. And we only deploy these at 0.6. And we're going to deploy them at altitude. So that should land fine. So there's splat ring. And really that's maybe move these up to once. And alright, so there we go. That's like, that should be plenty. Now obviously we're going to fire up these engines at the same time, but we're going to do them kind of low power. It's a T-45, so it should be alright. Because launching a satellite without real communications means that we are going straight up and then we're doing the turn. Now the other question is, we've got these guys here. Let's... That's a little bit better. Now, actually, are those parts physicless? Okay, mass. 150 G's for kill. Now, how's this one? Wait. Alright. So let's try that out. That is 11,000 for the satellite. We're going to get 50k from it. So it appears to be alright. Yeah. Okay, so this is our concept. So this is going to fit kind of that one that we wanted to. Right, so let us launch. And see where it goes. Right, so now, what we're going to do, because we are using these as our main thrusters, we are going to turn this kind of to really low. Now, just to give it that direction. And we are launching it directly up, and then we are going to do the turn really high. The reason for doing that is, the reason for doing that is so that we can stay in communications as long as possible. As soon as we lose communications, we lose control of the probe. Right, so our glorious leader decides it is time to launch. Launching we shall do. And normally when I get to 70, I would do the turn. I'm not going to do it this time. I'm kind of, you know, I'm really doing that pretty low. That engine is really just kind of, it's not even burning hard. Trying to keep kind of, and those, I hope they don't destroy. Either they're floating away. Okay, that's good. And just going straight up, we can look at our aero forces. Alright, okay, so there's no real aero forces. This nose cone is doing its job. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a slight tilt. Not a lot. Just giving it a slight. We're starting to move over there. And this means that we are going on a pretty steep trajectory. I can turn it more. We're out of that sort of 20k thing. I think now we can actually turn it. We kind of start going, you know, picking up a horizontal speed. We should be going pretty far up above. Hey, Green Raven. Ah, thanks. So we should be going pretty far above the space center, which is going to allow us to have ample time to control this this particular craft. Right. So that's at 100. Okay, it's not at the height that we need to go to, but it's pretty good. Yeah, Green Raven, I'm playing at what am I playing at? I'm just doing 720 at 60 frames per second, but I am streaming at a rate of kind of 5.6 megabits. So yeah, that kind of makes the 720 look really good. Right, so we're just going to position this guy. And 24 seconds before, we'll use that to circularize us. Now, of course, once we've circularized, that's kind of the biggie. Circularization is the biggie, because then you are in orbit and then you've got all the time in the world. But we are currently in we'll extend these. Got 4 of these. So these are relay dishes. So this satellite will actually be useful for other purposes as well. You see, I'm still kind of far above, so I've got good communications. So at 24 seconds. And boom. And there we go. So we are heading off to circularization. Now obviously it's taken us a lot of fuel to circularize. Yeah, which is expected because we came up on a very, very steep trajectory. So this is unmanned probe that has an antenna can generate power and reach a designated orbit. So I mean, this is, as you can see, we've got plenty of fuel on this just kind of up there. Right, so 103 by 99. That's just fine. And we still got that. Now the food track burn outwards to push us all the way up to this apoapsis. But I don't know if I'm going to have the time to do that before I lose communication. And burning while I should have enough time. However, up. Require 20-second burn. I kind of I want to actually bring it over there at this upper app. I kind of match the two. Let's have a look. Bring that out a bit. And what we've got. Okay. So that will align it nicely. And that says, and there we go, we lost communication. So again, we have to wait till the next orbit. So I press this plus, do the next orbit. And the next orbit's going to come around. Wait for him to go around. And this is why kind of getting yourself into orbit is vital with these. Once you're in orbit, you've got all the time in the world. So we've probably got some things that died. Bit of a... Okay, see, look, it's using that one. This is not kind of a good measure. Right, now we've got kind of plenty of time over here. So, at 11 seconds, we've got our burn. We are not changing kind of anything really other than just the height. Get us nice and close. There we go. And we are just moving this guy to this point on that. Right over there. And at 11 seconds, we're going to do the burn. And that will send us up to the height of the required orbit. That's at 11 seconds. Then see what we'll do after that. Right, so up it goes. Where's it going to stop? Nobody knows. But we do know. It's going to stop at the end of that number. If that number reaches 0, that's when it's going to stop. Alright, so a little bit more. I'll just, use that little fishing off. What's that? Yeah, that looks okay. Maybe just a little bit kind of. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, so that's like within a few 100 meters. Okay, so we got that. That works great. Now, we're going to go onto this upper axis over here. Onto our upper. And we're going to hit that circularize button. Okay, that's obviously not kind of what we want. I'm going to bring this down to fit that pattern. And perfect match. Okay, so that's going to cost us another 297 to do that. Obviously, we won't be able to burn it unless we've got communication. And it's going to take like a 10-second burn. So we have to have communication for at least 10 seconds during that time. So let's have a look at what. No communication, so no burn. That was a little bit of communication there. But of course, we're getting up to the point. Still got no communication. So what we're going to do is we are going to put this for the next orbit in an hour's time. Round. And we're going to see if we can get communication line again. And once we've got the communication, we can issue our burn. I think this one might be better. Could we have it? Maybe. Might have some comms now. Perhaps. We are slowing down. Starting to get a little bit occluded, so we might have to wait till the next rotation. And we've got to burn 5 seconds before, like I said, for 10. Let's just do it. Burn 5 seconds. That looks like we could be alright. Actually looks like we might be alright. Right, so we'll move that onto there, and 5 seconds before start that burn. Now there is a kind of sort of a margin of error, so you don't have to be kind of 100% on it, but yeah, close as possible is obviously. And there we go. Kind of we've got it on there. Alright, so maintain stability for 10 seconds. Perfect. Alright, so now we've actually got one of the comsats out there at a pretty good distance. And it's got enough relay dishes, so this is going to help. Right, now the next one that we've got is to do one around the moon. However, what I think I'm going to do is spend the money we made from this one and actually launch some more in the same orbit. So if I'm at 166. I wonder if I put myself at a geosynchronous orbit, which is 2863, I believe. That will actually be better. Wonder. A maneuver. You know, move this into a geosync. 2863. 216 burn. I'm going to do that. 3 minutes time. Why not? Why not? Now I'll see if I can get this kind of above the comm center. We could start actually building our satellite network. Once we've got that, then we shouldn't have a problem with probes anymore. At the moment we've got a probes of you kind of trying to get it in like in this right place and stuff like that, which is honestly a pain in the ass. Hey Dovikin, are you playing some Submarine? Nice. Because so those who don't know, Submarine is one of the game modes of Star Citizen at the moment. It's an arcade game within a game. So it's and in fact, one of the things we are doing when we reach 1,000 followers, we are going to give away a Star Citizen package. That includes the alpha and the beta. Sorry, the alpha PU, and the Alpha Squadron 42. So both, 2 AAA games. So that's when we hit 1,000 followers, which is 17 away. So we're getting close. And the reason for that is, hey, 1,000 followers. It's a nice big round number. So we've kind of fulfilled the contract on this one, but we are kind of using it. Put ourselves 2865. Okay, that's good enough. We put ourselves in a big orbit. You see, add maneuver here and circularize. Alright, so what we're going to do . Wait. Is this... no. Right, so I'm waiting for us to get ourselves into a position. Ooh. Trying to get myself into a good position where the Earth and this is on the kind of right track. I want to have this positioned above it. There we go. This is the position that we want. So 46 minutes away. Right, so this is the position we want. And this, I'm putting ourselves into geosynchronous orbit, means that's 2 seconds before I've got to, means that the satellite will always be above it. So it gives us massive advantage on that. Now it's the beginning of our network. Right. It's taken us 3 days to position it, but oh crap! I've got to dig into. I was too busy kind of in that. Totally. Right, so 2865 by 2865. Good enough. Okay, so look at that. Look at that orbit. Now, what's going to happen as the planet rotates, we are going to rotate at exactly the same rate as the planet. So our satellite is always going to be above the space center, meaning that we've got massive coverage now of our stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to put up another satellite, say over here. We're going to go for a tri-satellite thing. Put up another satellite over here and another one over here, and that will allow us to kind of have a complete coverage on this. And so Doverking, did you, the big question is, how many times did he kill Gray? That's the big question. Because it's always fun killing Gray in those games. I literally forget stuff. Thank you, Kenny. Okay, so, I mean, we can, let's see what else we got. Satellites. Okay, so we've got that. But I think what we're going to do now is we're just going to hold off on these. I mean, we definitely need these. We need these, but I think we're going to just put up another satellite. You killed me twice. And Kenny, how is Mr. Kenny Lee? Okay, so we're going to call this one. Oh, so let's launch this one. Actually, literally, we're going to do the exact same satellite. But first of all, before we launch it, let's have a look. So position, so we got 51k from that. And our stage recovered, excellent. How's Kenny? Alive. Alright, so ComSat, 28 parts. Now obviously we could have used something better, but we're just doing this with the parts we've got. So we're going to launch this one. We're going to rename this to rename to ComSat 2. Now I'm not keen on the whole deathmatch thing and stuff like that, to be honest. Oh, I got to the moon yesterday and back with the science chip, of course. It wasn't on a stream. It wasn't on stream Career. Well, Kenny, you did it. You did it. You actually got to the moon and back. That's a biggie. And you didn't kill your Kerbals. That's huge. Kenny likes to kill Kerbals. Kenny is definitely a Kerbal killer. So what we're going to do is we could probably do this at the same way as the other one, but let's play it safe. And kind of do it sort of at that same sort of way. Do F12 to see my aero forces. Right, so up, those, and also in the turn. Don't flip, don't flip. In the center. Oh, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. I mean, you want to do this. You want to keep it very. You want to keep it in that center of that prograde ring, so that the aero forces don't throw you out, at least up until 20 kilometers. After 20 kilometers, it's got a little bit more leeway. There we go. Now we're kind of increasing the speed. And now I don't need to worry too much about staying within satellite contact. So I am definitely flattening this to increase my orbital speed. But I don't need to worry that much kind of about the satellite contact anymore, because we've got that satellite sitting above. So that will relay the signal. That means we've got definitely a lot more time . We've got a lot more time in the communications there. Okay, so they're at 100. In fact, what I could actually do, I could actually push it further to get rid of this. I mean, we're going to go higher anyway, so it really doesn't matter. I'll just push this guy kind of as far as I can go. Right, there we go. Alright, so that's 125. So what I'm going to do over here at this upper axis, add maneuver, and we're going to do 125. Now, currently it's communicating directly with that, but you see that other satellite is right above. Alright, now we are currently in space. I can extend these relays. Yeah, look, a lot of that technology, it's going to be interesting how they do high numbers of players, because they're going to have to do it with lots of assets for, for the big ships and stuff like that. It's one of the things that they're going to have to do. Alright, so we are going to do this. We've got a 14-second burn coming up, and that's going to just get us into orbit. Now, if you look, it's by the time we hit there, we are going to be out of communication range of our KSC. But it's not going to be a problem, because what it will do is it will bounce to here and straight down to there, making it really, really nice. This is at 14 seconds before. Glorious Leader has requested a satellite system, and we are building it. Even though we don't have a kind of contract for it, it's kind of important for our other contracts. So look what's going to happen. Alright, so it's about time that satellite is going to lose connection. 14 seconds. And we haven't got the best dishes or anything like that. I mean, I would have waited later on in the career, but it's kind of working there. We're still in communication range, which is good. Surprising. I'm actually surprised we're still in communication range. I didn't expect that. I expect us to lose comms already. And there we go, we just lost comms. We lost comms with the KSC. But because this guy's over there, you see how we remain in comms. So it's kind of really increased the range dramatically. Now, over here, what I can do, immediately over here, is I can go put something over here. I can do an add maneuver. And I can bring this guy. I'll bring him up here. By the time he gets there. You know what? If I bring him up there. Now you say, okay, that's a bit of a. Seems a bit odd. It's close to that one. But what I'm figuring, by the time it does all this maneuvering up to there, right? It should be alright. Now we're going to bring this up to 286. Which is the height of this. So if I bring it up like that, by the time I do the burn and moves up, it should have a good gap, which we'll be able to. We don't need to circularize it there, but hopefully we can. So we're getting ready to do that. Now that is a 14 second. Getting close to it. And remember, we've got no reverts or anything like that, so it's really just going for it. 14. And we maintain communication, which is good. Although that's getting quite close. Right, it still should be alright. Should have enough time. Got to maintain for 25 seconds. Come on, don't cut out. Don't cut out. Perfect. Alright, so then at this upper axis, across 2869. You're never going to get it exact. Right, so let's see what happens. Right, you see there, it just lost communication. Right, so this is what I suspected what was going to happen. Yeah, that guy's moving ahead. Doesn't look like it's a very good signal. Not a great signal at all. That's a pretty weak-ass signal. That is not good at all. That is not great. That's a weak ass signal. So we might have to go 4 satellites instead of 3. Because if I go this one, it's going to have this really pissy signal. Crap. I think what we're going to do is we are going to not take this one. I'll go for it. And again, look at this. It's not great. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just extend. Let me extend this up. So I'm going to kind of raise the bottom part. It just changes the way it revolves. Change the distances. And around 5 seconds. Bring it up. Bring that pretty up, so kind of, yeah, that's good. Kind of about 1,000. Right. So let's see what happens. Now, so that's completely opposite. No. Oh, okay. We can't actually do anything now. This is completely opposite. There's a look. Oops. Is he? Is that too close? Might be a little bit too close. Alright, so let's clear this. On the upper axis, add circularize. That might be a little bit too close for it. Maybe. Let's actually push this up to 1,000. Actually, no. 1,400. Oh, 1,004. I mean, it's not kind of like it's using the fuel because we're going to have to extend it anyway. It's not kind of a big thing. So we're going to push this out to kind of there we go. Okay, so let's see how this goes. Close. I wanted to get a bit. That one is looking much better. That's the one we want. Not the best signal, but it's not bad. Alright, so to circularize this, I think this is very close to our first one. It needs 2.4 seconds. Get in there. Right. 1, 2, 7, 2. It's a little bit kind of thing. But as you can see, kind of it's the beginning of our network. Now we don't have powerful dishes. So there's not a lot we can do. Right, so we're going to have to build up another satellite. But hopefully this is going to provide at least some sort of communication. Signal strength 49%. Yeah, so it's bouncing. Which is kind of good. All right, so let's go back to the Space Center. Oh. Right, look at that. There we go. Right. Now we're getting some sun. We weren't getting any sun. That's why our battery was running down. Hey, hail to the king. How are things in the world of the morning? This morning, we are starting to establish. We're running a hard career mode, and we are starting to establish our satellite network. So that's is a lot harder than it would appear to be. Ooh, one's in total darkness. And let's bring this guy kind of up there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Kissing cousins? Now, I thought that was illegal. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Yeah, in Texas, I apparently said. Or is it? Actually, I don't even know. Alright, so we can turn off that. Alright, there we go. So that should be getting some sun. Alright, so kind of if we look at our little network, that's it so far. So now we can go back and we can launch another one. Now we had a thing to put a satellite up. We've just kind of extended it to get us a communication network so that we can actually deal with everything else. Though those combined things are not doing as well as we hoped. Let me actually have a 5M combinable. So they are combinable. Why are they not combining? Or maybe they are. I don't know. Yeah, when I was in England, I lived in Windsor. And actually, Windsor had its own castle. And surprisingly, the name of it was Windsor Castle. So it was a big surprise to everybody. I just want to get this guy kind of on top. More useless facts. Alright, so that's See, that's kind of just not... Oh, I know why. There you go. That wasn't on properly. Okay. Alright, so we're going to do up another satellite. But... Wow. And hail to the King 420. Welcome to the alien army. And look, my emoticons are exploding from happiness. I cannot contain my emoticons. Alright, so we're going to launch up another one of these guys. And remember, we've got no issue now of communication because we've got the beginnings of a satellite network. So, and of course, remember, we are playing hard mode career. There are no reverts. So it's, you know, it has to work. But now, because you've got these satellite things, and I've actually got that kind of right at the moment, what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to do this as a proper launch. So we're going to do the 70 and we're going to kind of, you know, then switch over. Right, so with a switch, we can do F12. See what's happening. Oh, you've never played this? Yeah, Hail to the King. This is if you love space and orbital mechanics, this is an awesome game for that. It's kind of like on a smaller scale, but definitely, no, I'm dealing with air friction now, with thrust to weight ratios, enough fuel, all that sort of stuff to get this guy launched into orbit. So I think I've tipped it over a little bit too much. Trying to kind of hold it back. You can see kind of the drag happening there. Oh crap. I want you to die. Okay, so this is a bad launch. I don't know if I can pull this one out. I don't know if I can get this one. I don't think I can rescue this one. Oh, crap. You can see kind of what's happening with the aerodynamics. I'm trying to convince people to play. Kenny, okay, so I got Kenny addicted to this game, and all he's done is killed Kerbals. Now we can try to get this. This is okay. This is a absolutely terrible launch. Can we even get this thing into orbit? That's the question. Can we even get it? I don't think we can. Well, this is an unmanned mission, so it's a monetary loss. Monetary loss, but monetary loss, but it's not. Oh crap! It's a good thing we had that nose cone. Otherwise, this thing would be a lot harder. We kind of be like way past terminal velocity here. am I able to pull this out? I mean, we've got this weak ass engines. We've got a lot of extra delta V. So that is kind of the saving grace. Is we have a ton of extra delta V. And aren't they about 125? That's good enough. You need to come on that prograde. Holy crap! We're getting into space. We actually did it. Somehow, we did it. However, we've got communication. We have got some communication. Oh, Rex Space Center. Went to. You can research warp drives. Okay, so one of the great things about this game is I am playing at the moment most with stock parts, but you can get mods that will convert this into kind of real solar system size, add warp drives. You get Star Trek mods where you can fly around the Enterprise. You know, so this game is like totally moddable, and there's just so many mods available. Yeah, I mean, so many mods. So let's have a look. So that would do that. Okay, so we are in space. We up above 70. At 30 we will orbitalize this, but it costs us 300 to orbitalize. The antenna is working. Look at that sun. Yeah, I've got a lot of beauty mods on this, and I've got things that will give me kind of good instrumentation and stuff like that. So, ooh, there you go. So you can see kind of it's getting a good bouncy signal from that. So normally, if we had done this launch out this satellite up there, you know, we wouldn't have got it up. Yeah, well, Kenny, is because I design my crafts properly. I just don't wrap them in rockets. I see the way you design your craft. How many boosters do you need? Yeah. So what? Okay, so what okay, so let me get this guy into kind of orbit, and I'll show you what we've got. And the reason I'm doing this is so I can actually have a comsat so that I can launch unmanned missions that can communicate back with base. If there's no communication relay network, we can't control any probes. So this is going to be at 6.4 seconds. I mean, it's full on orbital mechanics and stuff like that. It's really fascinating stuff. Now, one of the things that Star Citizen was actually saying, Aaron Roberts was saying that they're going to be going heavily into orbital mechanics. So it's going to be interesting how they're going to do it. Now, if you don't understand orbital mechanics, and you know the full Newtonian type physics, it can be tough. Like for example, if you look at this, the one survival game Hellion, which uses the full Newtonian set and orbital mechanics, it was funny. People were quitting in frustration because they couldn't control their craft. They couldn't dock. They couldn't do anything. People who play Kerbal got the game straight away. They said no problem. So yeah, Kenny streams Kerbal, but Kenny, I'm trying to decide whether you have a stream where you actually play Kerbal or you just kill Kerbals. Right, so now we've got to increase our orbit up to there. What I'm going to do, just over there, add a maneuver, and I'm going to bring it up. Oh yeah, this is very technical, but with the right kind of mods and things like that, it's actually not so bad. For example, I get it's for me, I'm a technical person, but not really so much on this. Okay, that's kind of, I need to get and bring that in line. And that's a 228 1 2 863 one to go, and that is a geosynchronous orbit. So if we get up to there and we orbit at that height, it will stay put. Oh, now the problem is what's going to happen. We're not going to be able to do it because it cuts out there. So I'm going to wait till the next. Oh, and there you see you see how the communication works. So as long as our communication. Oh, Star Trek Online. I haven't played it in a long time, but I played the hell out of Star Trek Online. When it first came out, it had one of the most fun spaceship PvPs. No communication, so I can't control that probe. I'm gonna have to wait till the next rotation. Yeah, the Star Trek Online, the spaceship PvP was a lot of fun. Right, so now I am going to be in communication with. So let's kind of move this. Yeah, I when it first came out, I was so. Even before it came out, I was kind of so wanted a good space game. A good space MMO, that I actually went and bought the lifetime of it. Yeah, they had the offer for the lifetime sub. So I bought the lifetime sub on it. Hey Zinguru. So yeah, I haven't really played it that much. I've probably got a ton of Zen and all that sort of stuff waiting for me so I can get more ships and everything else. I didn't play it that long. But there was a time when they completely forgot it, then they brought it back. I don't know, it was one of those games. So, yeah, I don't know, Star Trek Online. Oh, basically Cryptic as a company actually produced some fun stuff. But then they managed to absolutely screw it up royally. Every single game. And now that Perfect World bought them. Actually, is it still Perfect World? I don't know who it is. Yeah. Kind of Star Citizen is really sort of the answer to a lot of that, isn't it? Right, so let's see how we are going to go. So basically we're coming up here. We want to set the satellites apart so that we got a full coverage. Yeah, I mean it's not bad coming back there every now and then, just to see what's going on. So how far apart is this? Actually, that's right. That is far enough apart. Okay. So pop this guy over to here. Get that all lined up. And when this gets onto this point, we've got at 7 seconds before we've got a burn. Alright, so look, we're getting close. We're getting close. And you can kind of see how the network is starting to shape up. Alright, so we're at 27. Alright, so get this on. Oh, this is the actual Kerbal. This is the actual Kerbal music. So this is the in-game music. It's got different space music and stuff like that. I do kind of like it. I decide to use the in-game music for my career, and for my sandbox I use other things. Kind of on that maneuver node. A little bit more. There we go. Okay. So now what we've got, this one, so it will bounce the signal around. So we pretty much need to put another satellite over there, and then we've got kind of full coverage of this whole thing. Now also what we've got to do, let me actually switch to this one. And I'm just going to... That is getting some sun. Now if I take... What height are we at? We're at 872, so we're actually too high. So if I need to just lower this a bit. Hey Jedemar. Right, so we're going to just lower this a bit. We kind of be at 6. Oops. Too much. Actually, that's alright, because it's going to speed up and slow down. So that will actually keep it in the same place. Okay. That should be alright. Alright, so we're going to go back to the Space Center. I've got Cool Cat sleeping in the cupboard. Alright, so this is what you do, Helder King. With career mode. Right, you've got a sort of a research part. So what we've got to do is, see, I've got 88 science. I've got to get more science. And like this will cost 90 science. And because I'm playing hard mode, each part will cost. So if I want to get bigger engines, that's going to cost me 90 science. If I want to get kind of different aviation things, that's going to cost me 45 science. So I can actually get one of these at the moment, but what I'm doing is I'm saving up a bit. So you've got to go out and you've got to collect science to get different parts. Now there's the other thing that you've got in career mode is you've got funds. You've got 241,000 K-bucks. But the thing I want to do is I want to upgrade this so my rockets can have more than 30 parts. And that's going to cost me 450. So this is why I take why I'm taking missions and stuff like that. Okay, let's get this. And that was a graphic glitch. Come back. Right, so this one, let me just rename this one. Info. Comsat, there, Comsat. Right, so this is going to be called Comsat 1. This one called Comsat 3. Okay, so now we're going to it has to be you have to build from the tree, so there has to be connections. So if I go back to that, there you go. There the graphics are sorted. I'm using a different mod that gives us a much nicer graphic look. So it gives us a much nicer look. If I look at the research, for example, I can't get this guy because I first need to get this guy. So you've got to kind of follow the tree. Now I can get this guy with skipping this guy because I've got another part of the tree to get there. It's yeah, and I mean eventually get kind of to nuclear propulsion and stuff like that. And this is kind of all of the stock parts. Now you get other things where you can get nuclear reactors and hydrogen fuel and warp drives and all these whatever you think. I mean, in my sandbox mode, I was playing with submarines. I was actually playing with submarines in the ocean. And I changed the planets completely. So this is kind of the Kerbin universe. So this is the Kerbin universe. You've got Luna, which is kind of a Mars analog. You've got Eve, which is kind of a Venus one. Moho, which is kind of Mercury. Dress. I don't know what Dress is. Dress is kind of like a... It's just a kind of another planet. I don't think there's really any analog to it. Then you've got Jewel, which is kind of the Jupiter analog. Right, and it's got a whole lot of moons. Lathe is a cool one, because Lathe is actually a moon with air on it. So you can actually fly ships on that one. You know, airplanes and stuff like that, you can fly on Lathe. So there's a lot of things to do. I mean, currently in my career mode, I don't know if I can actually even land on the moon yet. That's going to be kind of one of the things that I'm not sure. Because I don't have enough parts, don't have enough of the things just yet. Now, if I go into my mission control, I can see what missions I've got. See, it's offering me more satellites. Positions. But I can change the position of Sputnik. Position satellite in a polar orbit. I can do that. 9,000 kilometers. Alright, I can do this one. It's going to give me 64k. I can do that one. And this is kind of why I'm busy building my satellite network, so I can do a lot of these kind of unmanned missions. I can't do any unmanned missions yet. Flag planting. Plant a flag on the moon. Can't do it yet. I need the cash. Maybe I can do it, but 30 parts. We've got some tourism stuff, which will, you know, which we can make some money off sending tourists to various places. Oh, there's just one solar system in the base game, so it's just kind of solar system wide. But believe me, the travel time it takes us it's not so easy. Yeah, like I said, there's it's like a tenth. It's a tenth of the size of the normal solar system. But again, there's something like Real Solar System mod, which will convert it into actual solar system size of what we've got at the moment. Of Earth and stuff like that, with all the planets and kind of weird. Okay. Transfer crew between vessels near Kerbin. Go on orbiter spacewalk. Expires one day. I'm not going to worry about that. It's not the money. I'm doing the satellite missions because they're the ones that give me the money at the moment. And money is what I need. Alright, so we're going to do our final... We're going to do our final piece of our puzzle in our satellite relay network. Which is... So we're going to launch the final ComSat in our satellite network. So we kind of... The polar orbit we've got to do, and we've got to do that. And we can do that once. We can do this one once we've got our network out. So that's kind of why I've got to get my network going. So, let's launch this final ComSat. And this is going to kind of give us that square, which will give us kind of a full coverage of networks. I'm going to put this over there. In fact, I'm going to rename this. Rename it now before I forget. I suppose I shouldn't have really done these in geosynchronous because they're not actually powerful enough. But that works. Alright, so we're not going to kind of do that turn. We're going to wait till we get a lot higher with it. And up we go. I can turn on the aerodynamics overlay. And now, usually now it starts the turn. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take this turn real slow. You're going to do a very steep, a very steep move. Got rid of those boosters, got cars going. Now there is another mod that is called Dark Multiplayer mod that attempts to turn this into a multiplayer game. Because this is actually a single player game. I haven't actually played with the Dark Multiplayer, but I've heard it's not bad at all. And so, you know, you could have multiple people doing launches and building stuff in space. Building space stations and things like that. Right, so we wait till we get above 20 when our kind of aerodynamics is a lot less. We are going to try now, if I can push this, go more horizontal. Yeah, I mean, even going interplanetary in this game can be a task. I mean, landing on Eve and returning, wow, that's a big deal. If you can do that, I mean, that's crazy. It's crazy hard. Right, so yeah, you see, we're kind of not getting the same sort of stuff we got in the last one. What it is, I'm pushing this. Try get. Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay. And just went home. I made a craft that could do it easily in 1.1. Yeah, I mean, I've done it, but but then again, I built some massive craft. I did make an Eve lander, and it actually did work. So that was good. Right, so let's see. We're going to kind of get this into orbit. But in this game, I have got very limited parts. I don't have a lot of cash. I've got no kind of reverts. So this is hard mode, and hard mode is in fact hard. Yeah, I had this kind of weird craft that had the Kerbals sitting at the bottom, and all the fuel tanks and stuff like that were built above them. So as it got in, the little Kerbals detached. You know, it's like the craft just started falling apart as it went up. You know, everything worked that way. It was great. It was really pretty. First mission, yeah, it's kind of like it's one of the Kerbal things. One of the Kerbal things is your first mission to land on the moon results in the second mission, which is to rescue your guys landed on the moon. It is a common Kerbal tradition that every mission requires a rescue mission. Alright, so 12 seconds and right, so now we are burning to get ourselves into orbit, and that is at a speed of 2300 meters per second. That is orbital speed in Kerbin. Now in your solar system, I believe that's something like 11,000 is orbital speed. You need to be going 11,000 meters per second in order to maintain orbital speed. And that would match up with what you actually need in the real world for orbital speed. Okay, so you kind of see, look, there's our satellites. So, let's see, we want to add a maneuver that brings us out to 26 8 2863 2863. That is geosynchronous. Okay. Now round, so it's kind of in. Okay, 2863, and going to just sort it a bit. There we go. Get the same plane. Alright, so that is where we are heading. Now obviously we're not going to do it there now because we want to get in, we want to put the satellite in this sort of gap over here so that we can complete that circle. So I'm not going to do it over here. See kind of how it's maintaining the communication all the time. Yeah, has constantly got that communication, constantly talking to the home station. You're not really losing communication anymore. Where before we were totally losing communication. As soon as it does there, then it starts around. And what was happening before is, we were totally losing communication with everything. So we had no control over our satellite. Now, even with this half-finished network, we kind of always maintaining communication, which is great. It's the way it should be. I mean, there's some mods where you can actually put bases on different planets. So you can actually have extrasolar launch pads and stuff like that. I'll go up the next one should do. And again, I'm just taking rough guesses. A lot of people work out the exact distance between your stuff. I mean, they'll sit down with their little math books and stuff like that and kind of calculator and work out exactly what height to be, when to leave, distance between the satellites and that. I use the age-old thumb-sucking method. I just take guesses. Doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be close enough. Right, so at 14 seconds. Move on to that maneuver node. Yeah. And right, what it's doing is it's pushing ourselves all the way up there. There we go. Okay, perfect. So that is our app abscess 2859. Yeah, it's okay. You can adjust that later. And that would be that. So 2859. But what I'm going to do is going to go this 2867. That would kind of balance it out to be 2863 on both sides. Alright, so now what's going to happen is coming up. Oh, perfect. Perfect distance. Get that ready. That. And it's going to, at 8 seconds before we're going to. Oh, that was a good thumb suck. That was a very good thumb suck. Some would say I am a master sucker. But I wouldn't, because that sounds wrong. And yeah. Right, so at 8 seconds, do the burn. There. We're going to burn that amount of delta V. And we are getting him up. Go. Alright, so move that. And we are 2868 and 2859. Alright, that's kind of close. But that's a little bit far, but it should be alright. We've actually got now, he's actually got, see how he stays around. So we've actually got 2 connections to the KC. That's not bad. If we look at our complete network, there you go, that is our complete network. So there is a way around there. Bouncing. I mean, the signals are a little bit weak on these guys, but you know, what can you do? It's one of the things with our kind of low bandwidth aerials with antennas that we have. Okay, now what we are seeing over here is kind of that other satellite thing that I took, that it wanted a satellite in this sort of orbit. Just that way. So we actually have to launch southwise. Right, so let's kind of this guy. I'm bring it up there like that. Got some sun with solar panels, crappy solar panels, but you know, they work. And we go back to the Spain Center. So we've got our comm. The glorious leader is quite pleased because now we have a comm relay up and going. We can actually do unmanned, lots more unmanned missions. Now this one, position a satellite in polar orbit of Kerbin. So let's have a look. Right, so this is a satellite. We might as well kind of use this similar satellite system. Alright, can generate power. Has an antenna, can generate power. Reach the designated orbit. Have a mystery goo unit on board the satellite. There is a mystery. So we've got to add one of these guys on. I'm going to put him on like. Okay. I could put one on each side for balance, though the mass isn't too much. Could be alright. This, alright, we are going orbit. We are going into kind of a polar orbit, so it's slightly more difficult. How much? 29. We can fit one more block on this, and it's far out. This could work. We're going to call this polar. Comsat polar. So we've got to fulfill the things of these contracts. Now we are launching in a polar orbit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it like that instead of the other way. O-U-I. Instead of turning to the east, we are going to be turning to the south to meet up with that polar thing. Now the question is, do I do this? Gives us more. Yeah, it should be alright. Actually increase the of the $12,000. Right, so but if we achieve this, look at the contract. If we achieve this, we get 64,000. So 12,000 for the craft is not bad. Oh, some of the I can believe that, because some of the missions are pretty hard. And you know what? Since we got a bunch of people here who would like a chance to win one of these wonderful games. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to have a ticket raffle. For you can buy between 1 and 100 tickets right? It's for followers of the raffle. Hey, Mickey, or Mikey. So we're going to open that, and yeah, you just need to be a follower of the stream, and basically you buy tickets with a ticket, ticket on the number, up to 100 tickets, and you'll have a chance to win one of those games. Random chance. And we're going to just keep this raffle going for maybe about an hour or so. And if you follow the stream, you automatically get 100 credits. And you get credits for watching the stream and or even hanging out when it's offline as well. Type in exclamation point credits, just like Zenguru has done, to see how many stuff you got. And yeah, it's exclamation point tickets and the amount of tickets you want to buy. Okay, so we've got this polar sat. We're going to send this up in a polar orbit. But you have to be a follower of the stream. So that's that's kind of a must-have. And in fact, we are close. We are getting really, really close to 1,000 followers. Once we get to 1,000, we will be giving away a Star Citizen package that includes Squadron 42 and the Persistent Universe, or the Star Citizen, the MMO. It's a buy-to-play game, so once you've got it, you don't need to spend another cent on it. And pretty impressive game from what's been released so far, and it's only getting better. Okay, so we're going to send this guy up into a polar orbit. We've got the mystery goo. Welcome to the Alien Army. And Mikey, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the Alien Army. And my emoticons are about to explode. They should. They're not exploding yet. They cannot be contained. It looks like I'm containing my... Oh, there you go. My emoticons cannot be contained. I almost contained them for a bit. It was kind of a little bit of a constipation hiccup. But it's all out now. Feels better. Okay, so let's go up and get this guy into polar orbit, and that will fulfill our mission and get us like 60k. Alright, so 3, 2, 1, launch. Now, instead of turning, like what we've been doing is we have been turning east, to go around that way. What we're going to be doing with this one is we are going to be turning south. Just going to give it a little turn there. You can see I'm kind of turning south now. We're going into kind of a, we'll be putting ourselves directly into a polar, launching into a polar orbit. I mean, other than that, the launch is pretty much the same. We are going a lot steeper than, than normal. Basically, this ship is not a great... kind of... Hey! One chance. All you need to win is one chance. That's it. I mean, it's interesting. There are some good games like Subnautica and stuff like that, and there are some absolute crap games. So it's a lucky dip. And I thought, since I've got a, why not? Why not have the little raffle? Always fun. Alright, so up he goes. And yeah, so as soon as you follow, you kind of get 100 credits straight away as a bonus for following. Alright, we're going to have this raffle going for kind of an hour or so. I mean, you sort of, so before the hour's up, you could actually buy. Oh shit! What am I doing? I forgot to. I forgot to stop the burn. Shit. Bring that. So, right. Oh, so we're already in space. I was just busy burning. I wasn't paying attention. So let's have a look. I've still got 3,000 Delta V. That's actually... And we are heading up to 200 kilometers. Now, of course, the thing is, we've got like a really good... let's see, circulars. Right, let's circularize there first, and then we'll worry about getting that plane right. Yeah, and the good thing about this is we've got lots of time because to do this because of our communication network. Now, we're not going to be out of the range of KC and stuff like that. Whatever you do, just fly the plane. So many times I'm reading chat and stuff like that I have accidents or missed the burn point and stuff like that. It's in hard mode career, that hurts. That really hurts. Alright, so to get this, it's burn at 17 seconds before. Kind of waiting till we get to 17 seconds. All I'm doing let's see, 17 seconds. Right, so that still leaves us with plenty of Delta V's. Now, I don't think Delta V is going to be an issue. And Delta V is the ability for the amount of velocity change your craft can do. So when you see kind of these numbers over there, that's Delta V. That's how much velocity you've got to change in your craft. So when you talk about, oh, it needs 200 Delta V, it needs to change, say, from 500 meters per second, 700 meters per second, or to 300 meters per second. That is 200 Delta V. That's, you know, that's how it works out. Okay, so we kind of got this guy over here. Now, this is where we're going to. Now, if I look over here, it's got the descending node, periapsis, and apoapsis. So what we are going to do is at the descending node. So that would be kind of, if I look at it, would be about here. And the descending node is kind of where it matches up with it. If I kind of pull this out, yeah, because you got kind of friction and all that sort of stuff. In space, it's easy. So we're going to bring this kind of up to point. Right. Now you kind of see how it's sort of crossing that. Now what I could also do is I could then adjust this to kind of be on that point over there. So Right, so you see it's not quite right. So let's go and adjust that. So you want to get these in the same plane. There you go. So in 55 seconds, I've got to burn, and that will kind of bring me up to that point, and it will put me in the same plane, which is what we want. Yeah, so the same angle. And that's going to cost me 858 delta V. I've got 2,500 left. So that's at 18 seconds before. Now, of course, I'm maintaining communication all the time because of all the satellite network I set up. If I didn't, this would be a much harder task. You know, I would have to wait until I'm in communication range with something else to fire off these things and to do all this stuff. So that's kind of why I spent the money and the time setting up a basic communication network, so that I can kind of do these things without going through a lot of pain and effort to do it. Right, there we go. Okay. So that kind of, yeah, look at that. That's put us in the same plane as that. And it's kind of, alright, so that's giving us a little bit of a thing here. Now, if I kind of, over here, do a circularize, obviously that's not quite right. So we have to adjust our orbit to be sort of matching with that one. So let's see, we kind of bring it out there, and then what we do is you kind of radial, so change where that, see, getting close, and then just a little bit more, a little bit radial. And boom, almost a perfect match. Now, kind of needs a slight adjustment there. But there we go, 520 delta V. When it gets there, and we will be in that polar orbit that it wants. Inclination changes are expensive, definitely. You want to do your inclination changes like far out. You know, so, there we go. Okay, so, that's going to cost us 520 delta V. We've got 1,686 left. And we've still got plenty of fuel afterwards. And that should be fine. Now, again, doesn't matter where the KC is. We've got our satellite, so we'll always be able to communicate with it. So that's in 2 hours and 31 minutes. Then we've got a total of a 17-second burn. Yeah, I mean, again, the game is as complicated or as simple as you want it to be. Now, again, you use MechJip to do a lot of the stuff for you. Yeah, I do kind of most of the stuff myself. Although things like circularized stuff, which I do so often, it's so much easier to just have a button. And kind of this inclination change as well. It's like a whole lot of kind of small maneuvering, which can be a pain in the ass. Yeah, I can do it, but it's a pain in the ass. So that's why I like precision. It just helps with those, making those maneuvers easier without actually doing anything for you. But again, everybody plays the game differently. There's no right or wrong way to play it. Yeah, some people love doing using the infinite fuel cheat. So they design the rockets the way they want, look cool, and then they use infinite fuel. So really, there is no right or wrong way. It's you play games for your enjoyment. Don't let anybody tell you you're doing it wrong or stuff like that. Except if you're Kenny, then he is doing it wrong. But for most other people, as long as you are having fun, you are enjoying yourself, that's all that matters. Yeah, but Wrangler is like, for example, what I thought it disappeared. What I love about MechJeb is some of the time, I have used MechJeb. I love the sort of, you set up your node, like I'll set up my node manually, and you just get it to burn the node. Don't worry about burning the node. Love that about it. And then also, if you're doing a lot of launches, you kind of build a space station. Yeah, it flies the launches. Don't have to worry about that. So again, totally different ways of doing this stuff. And again, nothing is wrong, nothing is right. It's whatever gives you the enjoyment. So I know there's a big part in the community that's using MechJeb is cheating and blah 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 blah. So are you saying NASA using computers to do stuff is cheating? It's kind of like, it's whatever makes you happy and whatever you enjoy playing with. That's kind of the important thing. It's a single player game. It is not an MMO. You play it the way you want to play it. Yeah, NASA should use pencil and paper. Damn you, NASA. No wonder everything falls apart. Okay, and there we go. Look at that. We've done it. We've done it. We have now got our orbital satellite. So, boom. Mission accomplished. Now, this wouldn't have happened if we didn't have these communication satellites to kind of relay the information. So look what happens now as it goes around. It's losing touch with Kerbin. You see how it's a bad signal, but it is able to maintain contact with the KSC all the time, no matter where it is. And that is why we set up our network the way we did. Of course, our antennas that we got there are not very powerful. You would have to replace these with like really powerful antennas. But it's working. But I wouldn't mind something to hovercraft and hover. There is something, there's like laser guided stuff where you can actually get the craft to hover and do kind of laser landing and stuff like that. Seen something like that. I have definitely seen that mod. Alright, so we're going off to the Space Center. And we're going to see what else is available for us. But let's look at the contracts. So, let's have a look here. Alright, so you have successfully deployed a satellite into polar orbit around Kerbin. 64,000 Kubucks. Nice. Okay, and because we had parachutes on our stage recovery, got that back. Those are other missions. ComSat 4 debris. Alright, so we are at 308,000. So you see, we are getting cash. Right now we've got this one to build a satellite in equatorial orbit of the moon. a mystery goo unit on the satellite. Okay. Okay, so we could do that one. Are there any other missions that we can do that will offer a lot of cash? That's small. Field research. Perform experiments around KC. We did this already. Will give us 18,000. Flag planting on the moon. Oh, test TR2C separator at launch site. Now, look at it. It's only 3,900, but that is a definite take because those launch site tests. Hey, Gypsy. Those launch site tests are kind of the best. So what we got is we got this TR2C separator. Put him up there, right? And launch. Right. So you want us to see how quick this mission is? So there's the separator, right? And 1, 2. Where's the thing? You got the launch site. Test it. Up. Test it. Done. 4K. Just like that. And recover. And that's it. We just made ourselves 4K. Easy as pie. Okay. Oh, and we've actually got more science. Because we did stuff. I think we were doing stuff. Alright, so you see kind of recovered, and 4,000. Done. And now we've got more science. Good stuff. Alright, so what are we going to do with the science? We're not going to get that. Now, what we could do is, I'm thinking fuel pipes. Fuel pipes is a biggie. Will give us bigger engines, bigger kind of fuel tanks, but these long fuel tanks, that will definitely help because instead of using 2 parts, I can use 1 part. And then the fuel pipes are great as well for shuffling fuel around. So yes, let's definitely get that one. Done. Okay. We are gonna might as well buy that one straight out. And fuel pipes, we are going to definitely use them, so buy it straight out. Okay, done. These other ones, not quite sure yet. I'm gonna use them. We probably need bigger engines. So we're back down to 2.4 science. So we've got some extra parts now. Alright, so let's see what else there is there. Now, what tourism? Normal tourism. Ferry 2 tourists to the destination. Fly by the orbit Kerbin and fly by the moon. That's a lot of cash. Yes. Fly by the moon. We don't actually need to orbit the moon. We can do a flyby, so that will be cheap. So yeah, let's take this one. And we do that. Do we do the satellite at the same time? I am not sure. Alright, so we've got to kind of build our craft to do that. As you can see now, look at that, I've got the extra part. Beautiful. But what I'm also going to do now is I'm just going to go take a quick bio and get myself a cup of coffee, and I'll be back in like 3 minutes or so. And we all start building this craft that is going to take the tourists on a flyby of the moon. Alright, so be right back. Okay, I am back. And I have coffee. Life is good. Alright, so, alright, so we're going to build the tourist craft. So, to do that, let's have a look. What is the mission? To Jatrix and Ellen. They're going to do a flyby of the moon. So, what we're going to do is first of all, we need a pilot. So, that will be where our pilot will sit. Then we've got to have a kind of place for the tourists. Now there's the MK1 cabin. So I'm going to purchase that, and this will hold 2 people. It's one of the reasons we actually got this cabin. It will hold 2 people. We're also going to need a parachute on there. We're probably going to need some more parachutes. Kind of maybe. I don't want to block the door. Get a block. Okay, let me actually see if that blocks the. So we're just playing it safe. So, so this is moon tourists. Alright, now we're gonna have a re-entry burn. Have that over there. We're gonna take the opportunity to get science. So have that there and that there. And now we kind of got to have fly by the moon thing. What's that going to be about? It's about 1,000 to get to the moon. So put this guy on here. And how much delta V will this give us? 1,600. Okay. Could be alright. Regular, so it's, you've got to be careful with a lot of those things. I don't need 2. Good thing I noticed that. Wasting parts. Remember, we've only got 30 parts to use. We've only got 30 parts. We're already on 11 parts. Because we haven't upgraded our thing yet. Okay, so now throw this there. Now, instead of having kind of long things, I can do that. That's worth 2 parts. Right, so that's 1,000. Now we can do this. Kind of. That. Alright, so that gives us 4,400. That's 18 parts. Pretty high. What we could do, throw these on like that. Yeah, I mean, I found engineer, I mean, to me, engineer does everything I needed to do. Yeah, it does take a little bit of setup. That's 5,500. Now, $22 parts. Right. Probably need solar power. Going to take 2 and take kind of I don't know if this. I think I need more. No, there's so far. Yeah, well, we've been doing kind of unmanned missions, so this is kind of our first manned mission in a while. And although this is not looking healthy. It's a very full ship. It is not looking healthy at all. D9, okay. That should work. Now we could do this. Try this. And I'll keep it stabilized while I watch it. Oh, that does counts as parts. So piss off. It actually counts as parts, which is a problem. I'm gonna do this and do that there. So let's go to open at 0.6, and we're going to bring this up at 2,000. We don't need an antenna on this because we're going to have Jebediah controlling it. 2, 6. This at put this at 1,000. This one onto 6. And maybe. So. $45. That is a 909. Two parts left. It's going to be a wobbly rocket. However, what we could do... What we could do is we might just do a steep launch. Reduce that wobble. A steep launch to reduce the wobble. Alright, so Deb and Jatrix and Ellen, are you guys ready? So now what we could do, this is one of the things I've got, is I've got a mod called the Sim. And what the simulator is, it takes the cost of the rocket, it charges you money. It charges you money to simulate it, because we don't have any kind of, you know, we don't have a F5 for safeties or stuff like that. So this thing has got like a simulator. It's another mod, and it's got a setup cost. It's got a 681, 321, but you can just see kind of what type of launch profile we can use for it. Right, so let's see how this goes. So we start in the simulator. Now you'll see on the top left here, it's going to show you how much the simulator is costing me. Sim cost. So it is costing. And let's just see. It's costing, but if we're able to kind of figure out the problems during the launch, that would be worth it, because Kerbal Lives Matter hashtag. So far that's looking good. That's actually looking just fine. The question is, what's going to happen when we lose these things? Alright, so the simulator says this should be a good enough about the game and focus between two objects. Sure. Alright, let me just, alright, so this kind of, yeah, so this looks like it actually could be just fine. Alright, so in simulation. Okay, terminate simulation. Okay, so that cost us 1,000, just over 1,000 to test that, but we know our rocket's going to work. So what's the question? And focus between two objects. You mean when you set one as a target? Alright, well what we're going to do, while you're formulating your question, let me get this guy into orbit. First step. You get this into orbit, and then we will do the kind of, and hopefully we'll be able to answer that. Okay, so let's have a look. Is this really rude to us? South African. I'm actually from Cape Town in South Africa. Although I'm in Thailand now, I was born and bred in Cape Town. So yes, it's so rude. It's not. It's just an accent. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to get this guy into orbit. Now we did the test. Okay, Destin, remind me once I get into the orbit, and then I'll have a look. Right, so we're going to do kind of exactly what we did in the simulator, because that worked well. We're going up to the 70, turn on aerodynamic forces. Do the turn. There is some wobbliness. And I'm just keeping this turn gentle. I mean, yeah, it's going up high, but keeping the turn really gentle. It's not going to get kind of that ideal path, but it's going to be tough. Let's go with those guys. It's kind of this. It's a little bit, you know, sort of a bit of a steep ascent. It's not this is not the easiest rocket. Just got to keep this guy going. Don't want to kill the Kerbals. Only got one chance at this. We are up to 20 kilometers now. So aerodynamics is less of a problem. Kind of getting that up to putting up our speed, horizontal speed. Nighttime launch so that people can't see if we blow up. Surface speed is increasing. We are dropping height. That's a problem. That is a definite problem. Let's turn ourselves up. Is a definite problem. We are not climbing fast enough. Yeah, this is the issue. Now our surface speed is increasing, but we are not climbing fast enough. Speed is definitely increasing. Now, trying to climb again. Trying to lower my speed so I'm not kind of too much on that terminal velocity. We're getting close to orbital speed. But we are not getting into space yet. We are hitting space. I'm going to get to 100. Oh, there we go. Kind of. Alright, so crappy launch. Yeah, crappy launch. You know, well, very kind of, we spent too much time in the lower atmosphere. We burnt up too much fuel in that. But we got us into space. So what we're going to do is it's going to take us 260 feet to kind of circularize. Then we're going to start heading towards. Wait until we get that. Alright, so what's this? I made an Mk2 jet, small cargo bay with small rover inside. Drop it like a bomb and it parachutes down. If I stay in the plane, the rover blows up when I get to a certain distance away. If I stay with the rover, as it floats to the ground, the plane flies out of range and switches to map mode and is vanished. Yes, that is kind of one of the things that Kerbal has. It's there's a certain distance in which we'll render objects. Yeah, now this is kind of one of the things that stage recovery does. So what stage recovery does is it minimizes that. So it allows paths to be tracked even when they're out of that I think it's 2.2 kilometer range. Once it goes past that 2.2 kilometer range, it kind of doesn't render it anymore. So yeah, that is something Kerbal does. It's not good for multiple craft doing things. So, for example, the SpaceX landings, where it shoots the one and then you can switch to the other craft and land the other craft while the other one goes into space. Kerbal's not ideal for that. It's all about controlling one vessel. There are mods that do allow some of that functionality. I'm not 100% sure what they are. Gypsy, do you know mods that will allow you to do that? Gypsy's kind of my font of knowledge. Gypsy is my Wikipedia of Kerbal. So I have heard of some mods that do that. To do what? To be able to keep two vessels even when they're out of range. So in other words, a plane going along, dropping a rover, and then and continuing flying, and being able to switch between the two. So it doesn't, so the one doesn't unrender when it gets beyond a certain distance. Yeah, but did he still keep track of the main craft? So I know there are some mods that do it, and there's a way to do it, but it's not a usual Kerbal thing. It's not easy. Extend the physics range. Okay, you could do that. It's like one of those things that it's doable, but there's a certain trick to it. Like, for example, Gypsy mentioned extending the physics range, because at the moment the physics range is kind of I think it's like 2 kilometers, 2.2 kilometers. So it's alright, so this is what's going to happen. When our guys come back from the moon, we're going to draw the ticket raffle. So that's how we're going to measure it now. So the ticket raffle is going to go until our guys get back from the moon. So there's the time. And you can check your credits if you didn't have enough. You can check your credits and see if you need to buy more and stuff like that. More tickets. All the tickets. Ticketses. It's only an atmosphere. Yeah, it might be. It might be, Zen. Because yeah, the atmosphere, working out the stuff in atmosphere takes a lot more physics than it does in space. Flight manager for reusable stage. Oh, that's a nice one. That sounds good, Gypsy. Alright, so we got these guys in here now. We still got 1,500, so we'll have to work out a free return. Now if you look at that, we've got the moon. Now fly above the moon, you don't need to be so close. You don't need to be so, you don't need to be you don't need to be close to the moon. All we need to do is fly out to kind of be within the moon's sphere of influence and come back. So it's kind of there's where the moon and the thing are meeting. Bye. Bring this a little bit back like that. Right. So there's kind of what I'm going to do is Right, so if I kind of, well, even if I just lower it a bit. You see, I'm just lowering it a bit. No. What if I bring. Kind of lower it a bit. Right, now look at that. 837. I'm lowering this. Right, so that's going to. So if I fire this off, right, it will fly by the moon at 1,000 kilometers away, but it will give me a free return back to Kerbin. So I'm not using any extra fuel. I'm just firing the engines once. Hey, Torsten. So I'm firing the engines once. It's going out there and it's coming back. And it's going to cost me 831 Delta V. That's all. And that's all I need to do. That is all I need to do. I don't need to do any more than that. And that's going to be in 5 minutes time. However, what we can do, let's look at our guys. So look at them, they have their little coffee, they're in space, the tourists. They're so happy, they're having a little girl chat, saying what a handsome pilot Jeb is, how Jeb is going to look after them, and you know, everything's cool, and their friends won't believe where they went, and what a nice sweater you have, and all the other funny stuff that the girls are discussing on their trip to the moon. Doing everything but looking out the window to see the sight of a big planet below them. That's exactly what's happening. Ah! And suddenly, kapow! Ah. Now, Jeb, you can do an EVA, because we got the EVA thing. If we look at this, science, we can actually do an EVA report. Okay, Jeb's outside. Grab that. And climb back in. Ah, so you got an EVA report. And then the girls are, oh, did you see that? Our pilot, he went outside. Then just... You really want that one, don't you? Alright, so this is in 28 seconds. We are going to... I see that. Now I can go EVA again. And EVA report. And climb back in. So you see, this is telling me whenever I can go EVA. As we're getting closer to this. Getting closer to... See that. Port. I mean, it's just free science. Come back in. And... yeah, nothing wrong with the free science. It should be alright. It should still be alright. And I'll bring that up. Right. Close to 28 seconds. And boom. So, there you go. Just keeping it on that. He's not going to do an EVA report while he's burning. That would be silly. To take tourists on a flyby of the moon. So we've got the orbit part. We just got to complete the flyby of the moon. And there's lots of Quebecs. Okay, so let's have a look. That's down to 118. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. And it's moon periapsis of 1000. Which, I mean, we don't need to get close to the moon, so it's not a terrible thing. And that is kind of... So that's the whole flight path is set. So what we can do is we can kind of just let this go. Where is the sun? Yeah, there we can go. EVA report. And board. Now, what I'm actually going to do... Oh, another EVA report. And board. That's actually pretty good, because what I'll do is I'll just set that. That's getting the sun. Because obviously we're going to need the sun to keep these things filled with... keep the batteries filled. I have a lot of batteries on this craft. And we're using this mission not only for tourists, but to get... sun exposure 99. That's pretty good exposure. Okay, so we are off to the moon. And we've kind of got the science alert on, or the X science on, to tell us when actual science is available on this craft. And I can see we've got no communications because we didn't pack any antennas. Because we had cables on board. And look at them, they're all getting a little bit bored, but they're happy. They're happy they're getting close to the moon. There's the moon coming out there. A beautiful sight. Okay, so you got the fly by the moon. Now there's no kind of thing that you need to be within a certain distance or stuff like that. You just need to get in the sphere of influence of the moon. And now what will happen as soon as we get in the sphere of influence of the moon, this will change. Alright, now you can see kind of that's dropping. And there we go, look at that. But now we are in the sphere of influence of the moon. And that's kind of where they want that other satellite to go. Right, so we can do a crew report. We can do an EVA report. We can now take this data and climb back in. So we can do more crew reports at a later stage. Right, and look at that. That fly by the moon is now complete. That's green, so we've completed it. So all we need to do now is get these guys safely back to Kerbin. Which, look how happy they are. Oh, it's a moon. It's so round. It's like a whole other planet. Kerbals are easily excited by things. And they're not even seeing the good side of the moon, the dark side of the moon. They don't pay the fee to do, to go at full moon. I'm going through. There you go. There's the moon. Go, Kerbals. The eyes. Can't believe it. Hey, Kerbals. They are viewing the moon as tourists. And the Kerbals still haven't landed on the moon. But tourism is important. Your tourism is important to us. Alright, so now we're kind of back on the home stretch. Okay, so that is 120. So what I am going to do, if I just kind of leave a little bit. Don't know if I'm going to have enough to do. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop us into the atmosphere. At about. And then I'm going to use the rest of the 900 delta V that I've got left over to kind of slow us down as much as possible for landing. Alright, so get some good sun exposure. Right, and let's head back to Durban. Of course, I would normally say F5 for safety, but this is hard mode. We have no such thing, no luxury as 5. And we're getting close. Oh, okay. Okay. And climb back in. Alright, so we are 159. We've got all the sites we could. Oh shit, I'm in the atmosphere. Holy crap. That was not good. I was actually high in the atmosphere when I did that EVA. He could have fallen off. Right, so when we land, that will be the end of the ticket raffle. So you've kind of got until we land to put in your final bids for tickets. Right, so what this is doing now is we are slowing ourselves down as much as possible going for the landing. It looks like we're going to be landing in the desert. Alien probe is pushing. Yeah. Alien probe certainly enjoys the probing. Oh. What the hell? Okay. So we are definitely going down. Now, it's where we're going to land up. I am not sure. But we are 2266, so we just at orbital speed. So we've slowed ourselves down enough to be kind of a normal orbital entry, which is good. Alright, now the question is, do we get rid of this now? Do we get rid of this now and just use kind of this thing to slow down? We've got this for a reason. Okay, so kind of we've got our heat shield. And our heat shield hopefully will protect. Hopefully. So I am doing a little bit, of course, being lighter than usual. And these guys are loving the fireworks of re-entry. Jeb is absolutely enjoying himself immensely. With that, so Jeb is having the time of his life. Nothing's overheating yet. Our speed is our speed is decreasing. That's a good thing. Kind of going down. And Jatrix knows, oh look at that. He's so happy. Look at them. Kerbals are incredibly happy. Even though having a cup of coffee, sitting there, enjoying the sight. They've got no idea that they could possibly be plummeting to their death. They signed the contract to say it was not Jeb's fault. They would have preferred Valentina to take them up, but Valentina didn't make it this far. He was an early test pilot that died. And that's another thing that we've got to do, is now that we've got an EVA, we could probably start getting rescue missions to actually rescue Kerbals to start building our Kerbal ranks up. We got to do a lot of those. That's kind of because Kerbals are expensive. Yeah, there is a memorial for Valentina Kerman. So it's definitely slowing down. Nothing's overheating yet, so that's kind of good. The ablator is doing its work. It is ablating. Let's see, you can kind of see the drag that's happening. And I could actually get rid of it. You don't need to see it. Jeb's keeping that in perfect retrograde. See, Jeb's been practicing. He wants to impress the girls. They, apparently Datrix, a little bit of a thing for Jeb. And we passed through. We passed through it perfectly. Alright, good job, Jeb. Okay, so we're 12 kilometers. We are landing in the desert. So we're landing at the big beach. So Jeb said to Jatrix that he's going to take her to a beach house. She does not realize that his beach house is in fact the desert. Is there anything I can do here? Oh, I can do a food report. The temperatures. Nice. I can do an EVA report, but now would be a silly time to do it. Parachutes. Jesus. I thought the parachutes were going to open. And there we go. Look at that. Nice. Oh, was close. Good job, Jeb. You flew that like an absolute hero. I think Jeb has actually been replaced by an alien. Don't think this is the real Jeb. I think the body snatchers came and changed Jeb somehow. Because Jeb would never have been able to do this. The thing about Jeb, he is an ace pilot, but only in his own head. Nobody else thinks that. We are going for the landing. And a gentle 4.8, 4.7 meters per second. Perfect, look at that. Alright, so now Jebediah can climb out. He can take this data. He can do a air report. Take all this. He can climb back in. So there's no other data to collect. Alright, so that's done. Well done. Well done. Recover the vessel. So this is going to be where it's going to be interesting. How much just doing all those EVA missions? Because remember, we've got the EVA missions. It costs us 150 to be able to do that. Oh, so we only got 57 sites, but it was a tourist mission, so it wasn't bad. Wasn't a science mission. We recovered 81% of that probe. No XP gain for Jeb. He completed the mission. Let's have a look. So ferry tourist back. 15 rep. Nice. Jatrix travel itinerary complete, 29,000. Ellen's travel itinerary complete, 43,000. Orbit probe and return safely home. Interesting. I don't know how we did that one, but apparently we did that one. Fly ferry to tourists. Recent accomplishment. You performed a spacewalk in orbit of Kerbin. Yes. Orbit around Kerbin complete. Yeah. Suborbital for tourists. Yep. And that's kind of our launch thing. We recovered 76% of it. Okay, so 410,000. Wow. We are getting close. We are getting very close to getting our 450,000 so that we could actually build bigger craft. Very, very close. We got this one, the equatorial orbit of the... Right, but before we do that, it is time to close the ticket raffle and see who the winner is. And the winner of the ticket raffle is... Vesak72, who is a follower. Hey, as you just missed the ticket raffle, we just closed it. So Vesak, if you're here, let me know. Gotta be Gotta be There is no Vesak. I'm good, I'm good. I haven't died. I haven't killed any Kerbals yet. Alright, Vesak, you got 30 more seconds to... 30 more seconds. And then we're going to have to pick another winner. Alright, so Basic unfortunately does not appear to be here. That is a pity. Alright, so now the winner is... Zen Guru. Zen Guru is our new winner. Zen Guru. You see, I don't think Zen Guru is here. I don't see anything. Alright, Zen Guru, let's see what you have won. Alright, so yeah, I was told to not let anybody be here until until the person who wanted to win won. I like to thank the Academy. Alright, so let's see. A random generator, here we go. So what number is gonna be the one for you? You are the winner of number 19. What is number 19? What is number 19? It should be coming up now. Is 19 good? Is 19 bad? Is 19 full of the lols? Let's have a look. Number 19, Ghostmaster. I have no idea what that is. Okay. This is Ghostmaster. Very positive. It is an old... Oh. This is Ghostmaster. Now, it is an older game. Grim specters, hiding banshees and sly gremlins, and your command is you unleash ghostly spirits on the town of Gravenville and scare the wits out of its citizens. So, you've got to scare people. Run up to them and say boo. So there you go. Very positive reviews, but oh, there you go. Very positive reviews. Never heard of it. Never seen it. That's the one you have got. The 85% are positive in the last 30 days. In the last 30 days, 93% is positive. So yeah, it's so. Do me a favor. What you do is just send me, click this link, click that link and send me a message, and after the stream I will send you the key to that game. Alright, so well done. Alright, now we've got 65 sites. So is there anything we can get? Some of this aviation stuff and flight control, or we can hold the stuff, kind of get the better engines. So that's the question. What do we do? Let's see, there we got protective shells. This is a good one to get as well. It gets us the shells and it gets us those radial decouplers. That's a good. Okay. I think we'll hold that for a bit. Alright, so let's look at what other missions are available to us. Collect science from the surface of the moon. I don't know if we want to go landing on the moon. Rescue and recovery. Right. Okay. So this one. Zeguru, I got that message. Thanks. I will send it. I will reply to that message after the stream with your key. All right. So this is kind of one of the things that we wanted. Rescue Aussie. So that will increase our ranks. So we're going to take this one. Now, I did see something else. Did not explore Kerbin. There was something. Perform experiments around KSC. Help a scientist experiment at the moon's moon. No. There was kind of transfer to vessels. I am not seeing that though. Rescue Aussie thought. Aussie is a bit of an ass, to be honest. Plant a flag on the moon. That's 2 days, 95,000. You know, we're going to take that. And we're going to science data from the moon. We're going to take that as well. More satellite missions. Comsat Polo. That's 9,000. This is cash. They'll probably take that quickly and do that one. That should be like a 2-second job. Hey, disillusioned. Rover deployment. Alright, so that's kind of. What have we got? Active. Alright, so we've got to change Comsat Polar. Adjusted orbit. That should be fairly easy. Position satellite in equatorial orbit of the moon. We still got to do that. That's going to give us like 53k. Rescue Aussie. 34k. Plant a flag on the moon and collect science data from the moon. So we definitely are going to the moon. So we might as well. Aussie is in space. Aussie, not Aussie. Aussie. Mark it at the moon. So we collected some moon missions because we definitely want to do a landing on the moon. Want to do a landing on the moon, but field research. Form another material study. Another material. Other rare science. One mystery goo. Oh wow. Okay, that field research is painful. And 478. Oh no! Oh no, my emoticons are exploding. Why are my emoticons exploding? I cannot contain my emoticons. Why? 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 Is it Aussie? Is it because I'm rescuing Aussie that I cannot control my emoticons? What's happening? What's happening? I don't know. Maybe an alien will pop up and tell me. And French Marrow, thank you for the follow and welcome to the alien army. See, I knew my emoticons were exploding for a reason. Okay, so look at that. We can afford that. We can afford that. But we're not going to do it yet. We're first going to do the rescue. We finally got enough to afford that. It's going to put us like really, we can't afford to stuff up a mission once we get that. But this is going to give us enough to do that. Okay, so let's call this rescue. On a new one. I'm going to have that. We're going to have that. And we're going to use this as our rescue thing. So we can rescue up to two Kerbals at a time. Now we could probably kind of do that, and that kind of worked last time as well. So, you know, why don't stuff up a good thing? And electrical. And throw one of these on there. Alright, and pop this up there. Alright, so that's kind of our landing craft. And there we go. Oh, okay, so done. That is our rescue vessel. Now I just need to make sure. So we call this rescue one. Now I just want to make sure that my Kerbal can actually get outside. That's kind of really important. Right, so Jebediah EVA. Alright, he can get outside. Okay, good stuff. And we should recover about 100% of that vehicle because it didn't go anywhere. So that wasn't kind of a big thing. Right, so we're going to continue building that craft. However, let's just, before we do that, where is, oh, there he is. He is at 83 kilometers high. We have got this guy. And what he's going to do is at the upper axis here. But let's just fly him. He looks like he's just got to increase his orbit just a little bit. Just go. Again, there's no reason for that, but alright, so he's coming around, and what he's got to do is at this upper axis, add a maneuver, and got to adopt me. At this maneuver, basically just put himself out, and that's it, and that will give us 10k. That simple. So, hop in the maneuver. It's in 1 day and 1 hour. So it's in a while. Tiny little burn. But that will give us the 10,000. 10,000. Nothing wrong with that. It's not got a lot of not a good community. Oh, oh crap. Too far. Oh, there. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. That was close. Actually was just out of communication range for 7 minutes. And just 16, kind of a 16.5. Even a very slow. Right, so maintain stability for 10 seconds. Done. Okay, 10k. 10,000 K-bucks just like that. So that's why I took that mission. Right, go back to our space center and we start building up for our rescue. Now it has been a day that's passed. So, are there any other cars from space around Kerbin? Transmit science from transmit or recover. Okay, that's an easy one. You know, I can just do a crew report. So that's good. We need to test out rendezvous capabilities. Park 2 vessels next to each other around Kerbin. We're doing that right away. We're doing that right now. That's what I was looking for. We're actually doing that right now. So, I will take that as part of the rescue. Okay, so there we go. We are ready to kind of build this guy up. Right, and open the rescue. There he is. Okay, so now what we've got to do is kind of this guy up there. There like that. Gonna do that. How much is that? That's 1,600. Thank you. Now we are going to this guy over here, and we are going to give him long one. You know what, that's you've got this rocket, that. Alright, so that's 4,000. This. It just do 2 and throw guys. And it's got over here. 244. Bring this down. Okay. 350. Perfect. That will get us nicely into orbit. And we're not even going on a very high orbit. So that is our rocket. That is our rescue one. Now, who are we going to have aboard? Obviously Jeb. And nobody else. Although, we've got to rescue one. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take Bob. I'm going to take Bob out. Alright, now we've got to collect sites from up there. So let's take temperature. Just just take a temperature thing, because why not? You might land in a different location, different temperatures. That's all good. Okay. 937 will be enough to do the rendezvous and stuff like that. You know what? I feel better. I feel better if I do that. I'll feel better. That will kind of be the last part for the orbit. Okay. Should be alright. Alright, so we got that there. Now, the other thing we got to do is we're going to try to save the children. But to be honest, I'll way into that conversation that both of you are doing. Nothing is cheating. You are playing the game the way you want to play the game. And as long as you get enjoyment from it, nothing is cheating. It is a single player game. It is not a multiplayer game. So it's pretty much impossible to cheat. I mean, if you kind of say, oh, I got a rocket to the moon doing this, and you neglect to aim that you used infinite fuel, that's kind of what cheating is. Yeah, it's more like misinformation and stuff like that. But playing the game by yourself, whatever mods you use, really doesn't matter because none of it is cheating. Alright, so there we go. This is our rescue craft. Rescue 1. It should fly just fine. And we are going to go and we are going to rescue. I'm just going to, just to be safe, how much have I got? I have 2 more parts. Just to be safe, I'm actually going to that will be safe. Alright, so we are getting ready to launch to do our rescue. Alright, so T there. Now, what are we going to rescue? We are rescuing good old Aussie. Aussie is in space. We're going to set this as our target. Alright, so what's going to happen is we have to get up to this guy, and he's at 82. He's between 82 and 84 kilometers from what I can see. Got to get up to them. So what we are doing is we are going to wait. These are nighttime. That's not really going to be too much of an issue. We're going to wait for him to be over this continent. Now you could probably kind of see the lights of the continent. That's kind of one of the nice things with this mod is you can actually still see at night. You can see where the continents are. And we're going to aim for that. So when he's over there, like that, now we can do our launch. Put on full throttle. And we do the launch as we normally would. Make sure that our staging is right. Okay. I didn't set those parachutes. I'll set them up. Right, so 3, 2, 1, and launch. Alright, so we are flying high. Up we go, up and away. Into the sky. To rescue Goebbels. and bolster our right, so we are getting up. Now, you see kind of there is my target. For those guys. Now we are doing a bit of a kind of heavy launch. And what we're going to do is we're going to get to about, I think about 84 kilometers. That is our target that we're heading towards. Target height that we're heading towards. 84 kilometers. Now it's a bit of a steep one again. Kind of this rocket's too weak. It's kind of not up speed. Okay, it's picking up height now. Trying to keep this picking up height. Right, so, okay, my vertical speed is increasing. Right, that's good. At one stage, my vertical speed wasn't increasing. I'm just keeping it a little bit, kind of, little bit away from that prograde. Try, kind of, do that height thing. And we are just going, oops, there we go. Vertical speed is increasing again. Our horizontal speed is increasing. Okay, that's good. Kind of get on that. Don't too fast, too low. I'm kind of just turning my throttle down a bit. And there's 70, 76, 78, and 84. Alright, there we go. So we're getting up to 84. Alright, so what we've got over here is we've gone, we've turned a little bit off target. So what we're going to do is we're going to go onto the, we're going to set this as our point and maneuver. We're going to hit kind of the circularize over here to get it circularized. And what we are going to do is I am going to adjust kind of that thing, but look what's happening. That's kind of happening there. Separate 30. So let's do it that way. Right, so what we're going to do is it's going to get us into orbit and they're going to cross over here. So that's where we're going to make the adjustment. So this will get us into orbit. First step. And then we're going to bring us into the same plane. Okay, no worries, Chips. So it's at 21 seconds before we've got a burn of 512 delta V, which will still leave us with 1000 delta V, which is plenty. And we don't need a lot of delta V to land from here. Right, so 21 seconds. Right. 21. Okay, so this is going to put us into orbit, which of course is always the number one thing. Now, you see how I switched to target? Don't want target, we want orbit. You're too far from the target to worry about doing it in target now. It's actually 48 kilometers from the the target is at 83 kilometers. We are currently at 84, so we're pretty much in line with the target. Alright, so there we go. Okay, so you can see that the distance to the target is 45. So we've come up really close to it, but we obviously are on a different plane from it. So what we want to do is where the two cross, like over here, right, at the ascending node. That will be the first place. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a maneuver there, and we're going to sort these guys into the same plane. Now that's kind of important, because once you're in the same plane, it is much easier to get those crosses. And look at this. This is now 25 kilometers. So I can actually adjust this. I increase my speed a bit, increase my height. What's happening? My height. What's happening is 30. If I decrease my height a little bit, catch up to it. And that's getting close. Don't want to go below, obviously below 70, that would be wrong. 72. Right, so that's 26. So we are definitely ahead of it. It's getting ahead of us. What a height are we at? We at 84, this is at 83, so it's catching up to us. Distance of over there, it's a distance alright, actually look at this. Over here's a distance of 30 kilometers. But this is ahead of us. Oh no, we're ahead of it. So we need to actually slow ourselves. Add maneuver. Kind of get that shaped. And there we go. And that's 24. If I increase my height, and there you go, 2.3 kilometers. Okay, much better. So what's happening is when I get to this point, I am going to change my plane to be the same plane as that. Then I'm going to increase my orbital height to be 88, from 84 to 88. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow this ship to catch up with us some more. So when it gets to this point, it will be within 2.3 kilometers from us. Could kind of add a little bit more height. 2.3. So 2.3 is kind of what we've got. Yeah, so that's kind of good enough. There is a little bit of a plane difference, but it's close enough that we can then start doing kind of a maneuver towards it. So to do that, it's like a 4-second burn. I'm going to use 107 delta V. But that should get us a fairly good indication of where it is. One more orbit. 4 seconds before is I mean, we could have waited till it got to there, but I'm gonna make that much of it. And the main thing is to get us into a plane that's close to it. Okay, so let's have a look at this. So when it gets to there, it's going to be within 2.4 kilometers to each other. Now, the plane is still a little bit different, but it's not the biggest deal. Okay, so as we're going around, because we are in a higher orbit, this is 84, this is 82, this is catching up to us. As we go higher, it catches up to us faster. So look at that. 5, 23, 22, 21. In fact, what I'm actually going to do, crew report. Science, collect science. Got to collect some science. To see if I can get some. If I can get anything to pop up there. There we go. Now that's the science we want. Ah, crap! It's over. TV report. There you go. Done. Okay, so we got actual science. Alright, so we're still going along there. 16 kilometers away from us. 15, 14, 13. Getting really close. We're in that high orbit. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Right, so we're getting really nice and close now. So that's kind of what we want. Move that. Right. So this is what we do. We kind of in a good position, yes. So what we would do is we want to reduce our speed to the target. It's 11 meters per second. It's not bad. But we're going to want to push that onto the target area. So what we've done is we've reduced our speed and we've pushed that kind of. So we are now going towards the target. Our 2 meters per second is low. So I'm going to kind of just increase it. Oops. Sorry, you pull the prograde. Putting it onto that target. So we're going in at 5 meters per second, and I probably do it a little bit. Maybe about 2. Okay, so now we're heading in at 10 meters per second. So we're heading towards the target. And look at that, it's 0.06 kilometers. So this is getting us nice and close. Now we can't do it like this the whole way. But what I've done is I've put distance to the target over there. So we can actually have a look at and if you press F4, you can actually see that distance over there. Again, visually, this doesn't matter because we are using our instrument. We've got this set on target. And we are using our instrument to move this prograde thing onto that. You see how it's kind of missing the target? If I just kind of give it a small little burn, put it back there, it's now going directly at the target. Now we're keeping it at 10 meters per second because that's all right at the moment. We've got ability to slow down from 10 meters quite easily, and we're not even a kilometer away from it. We're 1.6. Kind of can just sort of time warp this up a little bit. You can see as we're time warping, it's moving away, and that's due to I believe it's the Coriolis effect. You know, two things orbiting a sphere that they keep going one way, and so slight adjustments become more. So even if you're aiming straight at it, it eventually will be out of aim. So that's why you got to keep making adjustments. All right, so we got that there. Now what we're going to do is we are going to, it's still close, it's still relatively close. We are going to get ready to slow that down and correct that. And now the retrograde you push towards the top, prograde you pull. We're going to wait till we're about 500 meters away. And again, I'm not looking at the direction of the ship, I'm actually looking. Right, so you can see it's kind of getting off kilter. So if you do that kind of there, and you see I'm pushing it onto the target. Right, so now we're going at 3.1 meters. Not the kind of fastest, but I know I'm going directly at the top. And actually just kind of speed it. Alright, now you see kind of as you get closer. Right, so it's still at the target, it's 1.4. Probably kind of give it a little bit of a... Normally this is, at this stage, is where you would take your RCS to control this for you. Okay, so we're getting nice and close, 150. And what we're going to do is we're going to try a stop within 50 meters. And this should be... Okay, so rescue RZ, rendezvous, 2 vessels, and we've already done that. Rendezvous 2 vessels, it's already been done now. So that one's done. So all we've got to do is rescue RZ. And we don't want to give RZ too much of a... How we got out there, I don't know. One thing that they never explain, how these guys get up there. You are the space program. Peoples are a weird bunch. So, directly at him. Now, we're gonna try to blow this down. 0. Okay, so that are pretty much static. So what we can do then is if you use your square brackets, you can jump to the ship. And RZ, EVA. Turn on your RCS. And head towards ship. Now, the problem that we got with this ship is that there's no entrance. up there. And we're going to flick over to the ship. Jebediah. Let go. Ozzy. Yeah. Grab, and you are going to board. Now then we're going to right click on there. We're going to transfer him to that one. Then we are going to take Jeb. Jeb can grab and he can board. Okay, done. Okay, so we have done that. We have recovered Ozzy. We have rendezvous 2 vessels. Now we can go home. So all we need to do, turn this craft to not the target orbit, turn it onto this, and burn to go home. I mean, that's kind of, we don't need to worry about that. And that's it. We're just doing this burn. It's slowing ourselves down. Happening. And we are going to land in the ocean. We could have waited for a better place to land, but Jeb really needed to go to the bathroom. So he just, turned on the engines to max. I mean, look at the speed already. So this should be fairly. Okay. So there he goes. And we don't need the engines anymore, so get rid of that. And there we go. We are on the way home. Just hit the atmosphere. We're already going at a low speed. Ooh, that's what I've got. And then this one, 6. And 1. Okay. And there we go. We are on the way home. We've got Jeb, Bob, and Ozzy. Ooh, Ozzy's an engineer. So we've got another engineer. Which, I mean, we do need engineers and scientists. We are going to need them at the moment, although we really need pilots. Yes, that's nicely slowed down. No kind of heat issues. External SAS. Like wants to. Okay. So, right, so it's parachute time. Parachutes. Slow us down. Right, and here we go. Look at that. Beautiful sea landing. Oh, that's orbit. So So 5.8 before the kind of main chute opens. And that's down to 4. So that is plenty. Probably we're overdoing it with chutes, I think. But after some of our experience, I'd rather overdo chutes than not have enough. Not having enough chutes can get painful. Right. And the contract this is going to do is rendezvous 2 vessels, recover Aussie, and science data from around Kerbin. So that's going to be kind of 3 missions that we should finish now, and it should give us enough money to be able to upgrade our VAB. And then on Thursday we are going to attempt to do the moon, landing on the moon. And that. Okay, so recover. Off and recover. And now we've got a new Kerbal in our roster. He is a Rastafarian Kerbal. Lives on the roster. Okay, so we got 5 signs. Not a lot of signs. Oh, and recovered 23%. That craft. Jump on. And Bob and Ozzy both got to level 1. So that's good. That's good. Oh, it's not 11 completed contracts. It's 11 messages. So let's have a look. So, start set for around Kerbin. Boom. Booyah. Done. Rescue Ozzy. Done. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we performed a rendezvous maneuver. That gave us some cash. We performed a crew transfer near Kerbin. That gave us some cash. And yeah, we completed that contract. So that gave us some cash. We explored. Synchronized people in. Okay, gave us some cash. Alright, so those are our kind of, this appears to be packed a couple of fuel tank. Alright, so we didn't recover this thing. We put parachutes on, it didn't recover. Oh no, that was the top part. Top part didn't recover. The bottom part recovered for 90%. That, so that, you know, so that's why that stock recovery is great, because what's it called, stage recovery is great because, yeah, we recovered 90% of that, and it only cost us an extra 800 for the radio parachutes, but we recovered the parachutes as well. So instead of, you know, that would have been 800, so we lost 75. So that's kind of why that's great. Now, okay, so those would be the side tanks, and position ComSat in a new orbit, so that gave us that. So look at that, 588,000 Kerbux. We can finally right click this and upgrade this so that we've, okay, besides having basic action groups, we can finally have 255 parts. Parts are not an issue anymore. We can actually build proper rockets. Yeah, now we can build a mess. Building messes is official. And our launch pad, I mean, we're still limited by the vessel weight, 140 tons and that, but it's going to be a while before we really use that. Well, we've got 138,000 left after that, so we can still build stuff. The Astral Complex, we can have up to 12 Kerbals currently. This So you see Spacewheel and Hangar. Already 30 parts, so we really... this guy... And this is going to be our next one to upgrade. Because our science is going to be kind of limited. So this will be our next one to upgrade. We're going to need 902,000. But with the parts we can do things. We can get lots of science by going to the moon and going to Minmus. So we can get tons and tons of science for that. And then upgrading this, that's going to be an interesting one. Now we've got offered more missions. So for the moon, transfer crew on a vessel near the moon. Go on orbital space work near the moon. Now the transfer between vessels. Okay. That might be difficult. Expires in 5 days. Got to do this within 5 days. Offer expires. If I take this, okay, so it's not actually an expiring thing. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. So yeah, so since we're going to the moon, we can do that. Our field research. So we got a flag planter on the moon, rover missions, satellites, more satellites, Induna, crap. Surveys, conduct atmospheric, tourism, orbit around the moon, tourism plus. This is kind of, where you can make a lot of money. And unmanned missions. This, perform our unmanned Duna flyby mission. Wow. Alright, so that's going to be... We might be able to do that. We might be able to do. But we have to have a look. When is our next... I'd say Kerbin to Duna. And I look at when my... Oh, so that's kind of when the cheapest place to do it. We're going to add to the case. Oh. And let's have a look. 194 days. That's when the Duna window is up. So we obviously want to try to get as much done before then, and then we're going to try, see what we can do with that. Problem is, we don't have any comms powerful enough to deal with that. That's kind of the issue. Got no comms to deal with that. So literally it will be firing with the probe and no way of controlling it. Again, it's not much of a problem. If I can get it, if I can do the adjustment really close to Kerbin and work with it, that's not a major issue. But I don't think I'm going to worry about that just yet. So anyway, that is, I think, the session for today. We will continue with North Korea on Thursday next week. So on Monday to Wednesday we are doing the Kerbicide Cubed, which is using the Galileo outer planets and things like that, which is kind of, that's sandbox mode. That's where we build our crazy things and do all these other weird things. Going to a lot of planets I've never seen before, so that's going to be fun. And then on Thursday and Friday is my North Korea, which is kind of a hard mode Korea. That is what we've just been doing. Now I'll be back tonight in about 2 hours time for for another sort of stream session. Not sure if I'm going to be playing Hellion or if I'm going to be playing some Planet Nomads. I just need to see what updates are out. If there's an update for Planet Nomads, we'll probably do that. Else we might continue with our Hellion. So that's later tonight. And that's it. So thanks everybody for stopping by. Thanks for watching. And congrats on those. And congrats on, was it who won? Senguru? Senguru. Congrats on winning. And I'm going to send you that prize there. China Kerbals always. Yeah. Could be. Alright guys. That's it. Yeah.